Welcome everybody. Welcome back to the Jank Drawer. This is going to be a fun one. Uh, been a great another week of streaming, and today we are jumping back into Football Fridays. We're here with the Cherries of Bournemouth, and it is solidly the first week and a half of the transfer window. And with that, we are looking at this being our transfer special. We just wrapped up a nice away win in the FA Cup to Fulham. And we're going to try and continue making some progress of getting some ideas of who we might want to bring in, some positions we want to fill, and most importantly, if anyone's going to be leaving. As always, we're also going to be talking through this week in football. More specifically, we're going to probably have a pretty long discussion on the game that I actually watched this week. It's for the first time in a long time I've had the ability to watch a full game, and I picked an absolute banger watching the Man United versus Bournemouth Monday afternoon game. That was ridiculous to me. Just an unhinged storyline coming in and out of that. But we'll talk through that, I guess, right now. It was interesting. So this one's always interesting for me because as I've been doing this cherry on my Wayward Son save, I've been paying a lot more attention to Bournemouth, obviously, because I'm playing the game as Bournemouth. I'm learning a lot more about Bournemouth players. I'm watching more highlights for Bournemouth. I already watch all of the Premier League highlights week in, week out, but I've been trying to pay more attention specifically to Bournemouth as I've been trying to figure out how Anthony Areola is getting the club to work, and as I'm trying to see his evaluation of the players that are on my team versus my evaluation of the players on my team and how I'm playing them. That being said, they are off to a really great start. They started the season really strong. Right now, they're struggling a little bit more. They're currently in 13th in the table, which is lower than they would like, but probably right about where they deserve to be based off the numbers. And at my house where I was watching this, since I had to go up to my parents' house to watch the game, everyone in my family other than me and in like our immediate family are Manchester United fans. And so it was kind of like watching it in the heart of the lion's den, of just being surrounded by all of the rest of my family who are as interested or even more interested, since the team they actually support is playing, in the outcome of the game, and having it be just this wild game. There's a ton of moments that I got to sit there and listen to my dad complain about Bruno Fernandes and how he doesn't understand why Bruno Fernandes is allowed to do anything on a pitch anymore. We get to have a whole conversation about what he brings to the team with his creative numbers and things like that. And then ending it with a 4-4 draw is one that, while you're going to get the constant notes from Manchester United supporters or Manchester United themselves of saying that they have this incredibly impressive streak of games where they have led at halftime and not lost, which this is another one to that statistic. Much to my dad's point, if you score 4 goals in a game, you should win that game. Especially if you score 4 goals in that game first, which Manchester United did. With some honestly pretty interesting goals, some pretty good ones. I wasn't as big a fan of the just defensive breakdown around the Casemiro goal or the Mateus Cunha goal at the end of the game. The Bruno Fernandes free kick was just an incredibly well-taken free kick. And the Amad Diallo goal, there's nothing that you can really do about some of those things. I was a big fan of a lot of the Bournemouth goals. I do think that it was a pretty good way to start the second half with intention, with the Evan Nielsen goal in the 46th minute. Tavernier's goal was very good. And then Junior Krupi hasn't been doing great. Admittedly, we haven't been playing him a bunch on our save, but continues to just be an amazing form for Bournemouth in real life. If I remember correctly, I think his 4th or 5th goal of the season so far. Yeah, it's his 5th goal of the season in the Premier League. He has 5 goals in 12 matches and 423 minutes played at 19 years old. Like, if that's not proving you can do it at the highest level, I don't know what is proving you can do it at the highest level. But he puts in a really good performance here again. He is just still a very different profile. I mean, like, we see that in Football Manager as well. If we look at Krupi versus Evan Nielsen, who is wanted by Man United and Al Hilal, which, I mean, we don't want to lose him to Man United as much as we'd be more interested in losing to Al Hilal, because Al Hilal will probably pay us way more money than he's worth for him. That being said, we look at him compared to Opie. They are very different players. So, first off, there's a 4-centimeter height difference, but where it's really going to come down to is these physicals. Physically, Krupi is not as much of a specimen as Evan Nielsen. Evan Nielsen is significantly more physical as a presence, which is why we like him as our line leader right now, because he's better at winning that ball, getting it back into our playmakers that are playing in behind the striker, and then doing something with it, like either getting on the end of the second follow-up there or leading the line, which is not what Krupi is here for. Krupi's much more of a channel player. He's trying to, if he's playing the DLF, he's trying to pick up the ball deep, but not like win the header, play it off to someone, and then make the run in behind that someone else will be playing him in with. To that end, he's faster, and that's kind of really the only thing that he beats Evan Nielsen in at all. If we go to attributes across the board, we can see physically the balance and jumping reach on Evan Nielsen much higher, strength and stamina, pace, they're identical. The only way that Krupi beats him in that speed category is that he has literally 1 more acceleration and then 2 more agility. Mentally, across the board, the only thing that Krupi does better is teamwork, positioning, and decision making. But that decision making is a difference of like 14 to 16. And then set pieces, Krupi is a better penalty taker, which is good, and is a very needed thing for us on our team, just because we don't have a ton of good penalty takers. And then technically, in the attributes that you care about for your striker, your finishing, your technique, things like that, Evan Nielsen is just better. Admittedly, Evan Nielsen 7 years older, so Krupi can grow to be better in all of these things, which is why it's really not comparing apples to apples, it's apples to oranges. We're comparing someone nearing the peak of their ability and someone that is very clearly at the beginning with much more to grow. But we're also comparing apples to oranges because they're different kinds of players. Because we don't have this strength or this stamina, or really even the jumping reach, heading, the passing and first touch aren't quite there yet for Krupi. It's because Krupi isn't the same player. Evan Nielsen is expected to do things like... did they give us the stats we want here? Not really, since we want, like, headers 1. Which we aren't going to get here. Yeah, and so it's just like they're different players for sure, but they have very different ability, and like the potential that Ile Krupi has is very high, which is why we are going to start trying to play him more. He also has very high consistency. which we like. He doesn't have the relish big matches, which we get out of Evan Nielsen, which is huge. And yeah, I agree. He really needs to make a lot of work in just being stronger. But they're both doing pretty good. To the point where it's like, yeah, we definitely want to do them, but they are different types of players. And if we lose Evan Nielsen, we're trying to look for someone else that can be that type of player. Because like if we even compare him with who our other backup striker is right now, of Enesunao, it's a little bit closer, but not great either. Like, Enesunao is significantly slower. To be fair, he did just come back from a really bad injury where he had his cruciates done in. But just like his strength isn't as bad though. He has a 14. He's perfectly acceptable. Stamina is fine. Jumping reach is the same. Balance isn't as good. He's just slower. He's not as good. He's a perfect backup. He hits the minimums of a lot of the things we're looking for strikers for us in this league. Of like, our minimum is we want 14 to 18s in our key categories. Those key categories being jumping reach, which he's below, pace, which he's below, acceleration, he's below, concentration, he's below as well. Dribbling, he has a 13, so he's also below. Dribbling, vision, we're looking at an 11, so he's really not great there either. Balance, we're looking at a 13, so he's just below. Off the ball, he finally hits that metric at 14. And finishing, where he hits the metric at 14. So, like, is he great? No. Good at free kicks, but, like, Enesunao isn't going to cut it for us really anymore. He's also someone that we could look to move on, especially if we can get anywhere near this 29 to 35 million for him. Like, take that in a heartbeat. Take that and we would laugh all the way to the bank. And we try to bring in young players, because that's kind of... I already believe in that transfer strategy, but if we're looking at our recruitment objectives, there's a reason that I picked Bournemouth, and it's also one of the reasons that I feel pretty strongly about just club management in general, whether it's in video games like this one or if it's in real life. This is the old, and I have to phrase that because it all kind of fell apart in the Brendan Rodgers era, philosophy behind the rise to greatness that was the mid 2010s at Leicester. And they're not the only club to do this, but they're my club, and therefore they will be the ones that I use in all of my examples of how I think about transfer strategy. Of essentially, I like to view transfer strategy as, if no one is safe on a team, because no one is. Every player is no more important than the team itself. And especially when you are not competing for like back-to-back Champions Leagues or things like that. When you're in a position, it goes back to our last conversation on Friday or in a lot of our streams about tempo and knowing when to make tempo shifts. We are a selling club, not a buying club. And we need to keep that top of mind in a lot of the business we're doing. And I prefer the old Leicester model pre-Brendan Rodgers, which is you buy a large number of lower overall cost, young, potentially very good players. This is where they got their Kieran Dewsbury Halls. This is where they got their Harvey Barneses. This is where, to a lesser extent, they got their James Maddison, because they spent more money on James Maddison to bring him from Norwich. But to finance all of those acquisitions, you find one, maybe not key player, but player that is very good in your squad that you are willing to sell per season. So for us, our big ticket that we're looking to move on is Antoine Semenyo. Antoine Semenyo, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody, is 100% the best player at our club. And he's our most sellable asset, for sure. That's kind of the whole power behind Antoine Semenyo, is that Antoine Semenyo is an asset that we could definitely get a good amount of money for. With little to no effort from us. And we already know that because we have actively an $80 million offer from Man City for him. Great. Because we have that offer, we're not really in a mood to be selling anyone else at any point in time, if we can get away with it. At least not until next season, and then we'd be worried. Like, if we still have this Al Hilal interest in Evan Nielsen come, let's say, June or July-ish, we'd be fine moving Evan Nielsen on for the $70 to $80 million that we're going to hopefully get out of a Saudi Arabian club for him. And when or if we do, we will then get to think about more acquisitions at that point. Until then, we're going to try and sell maybe one big player a year, hold on to the majority of the squad, and then buy a lot of young prospects for the team that we will then use throughout the course of the next years, either if it's going out on loans. We try to get deals on all of them. That's why we have a lot of the deals that we have going on right now. Let's see if we can even see those, because I don't know where they'll show up. Or if they'll show up, since we've got like Saba Karabashvili, who we are buying. We're paying $2.7 million for him. He looks like he's going to be one of the best left backs / left-sided center backs / left wing backs of the future. Was a really good recommendation from one of the followers here on the channel last time. But most of our team are people like Mario Martin, who Mario Martin is 21. He's from Getafe. He's here for a work permit, but we are signing him on end of contract because he's 21. Does he hit all of the things we want from our DM in our system? No. His acceleration isn't quite there. His pace, also not quite there. Anticipation, we are there though. Aggression and determination and tackling are also very high, which we like to see. Even the peripherals are not things we're looking at. Stamina, he's above our minimum threshold, which is huge. Jumping reach, he of course isn't going to get there. He's 5'10" with 7 jumping reach from Spain. We're not really super upset with that. And then composure, we're not quite there yet, but passing, we're also not quite there. So like he has 2 or 3 of the 6 things that we're really excited about, and some other things that we don't really care about, but that are good, nice to haves, like his tackling, his aggression, his determination, especially in our DM defensive midfielder, pressing defensive midfielder setup that we're doing with our DMs right now. Like he's got a lot of the things that we want for that. Is he quite there? No. He's 21 though, so he can get there, and we're going to try and give him the opportunity to do so. But to coincide with that opportunity, we are also going to have to give him some game time, whether that's with us or if we send him out on loan again next season. But we're signing him for free, which means all we have to pay is his wages, and we don't have to pay him any money. And so we're going to do a lot of those. We already have Mario Martin, like I said. We have Carlos Martin, who's at Atletico Madrid's B team. Similar story, although he's a winger this time. And is he the best winger in the world? No, that's not the point. Is he a good enough winger for us? Also, maybe not, but he's a good enough winger that at 23 with potential, he might not grow much, but he's a good enough backup for sure right now. He's got 13 pace, 13 acceleration. Not our required benchmarks, but only one below. And like that could very easily bump up by one. Anticipation, he's same story. Crossing is where it all kind of falls apart. He cannot cross, but his dribbling, slightly better. His jumping reach is not great. His technique is through the roof, and his composure is also not quite there, but is good. But he's got flair. He's good at penalty taking. Like, he's a good backup. He's not our starter, but also on that right-hand side, we have starters already. Like, in our squad, we are already going to be giving that position to either David Brooks, because David Brooks is good enough to be playing that position. The only reason he's not our starting player is because he's behind Antoine Semenyo, or also very positively playing for there, Ben Gannon-Doak. Because Ben Gannon-Doak also just incredible, and Ben Gannon-Doak is really going to be our person that, if we are able to sell Semenyo in this window, Ben Gannon-Doak is now our first option on the right-hand side. Just nailed on, and we're looking for who's going to be that next person back. Like, who's next up? Who's going to be, hopefully, our next Ben Gannon-Doak? And so, like, that's kind of the idea. So we're going to bring in a lot of these free transfers. Facundo Gonzalez is another one, but Facundo Gonzalez is at a center back position, just because right now we're playing a 2 at the back situation. We could eventually move to a 3 at the back, and we would want depth for that. But also, our center backs keep getting injured, or we're going to be selling some of them. Right now, our transfers out have us really only losing... Oh, we sold Hill. That's who we sold. When we went to transfer activity... let's go to transfer history. James Hill left already this transfer window to go to Manchester United. That's what we lost. Yeah. Julian Araujo went to Brighton for 22, and then for 20 million, James Hill went to Manchester United, which we wouldn't want to have seen James Hill leave. James Hill was growing and playing a very big role for us in the team, but he wanted to leave. I'm not... Part one of the transfer philosophy is make one big sale a year, try to keep as much of the team together as possible around that, but make our one big sale a year. For us right now, it's going to be Antoine Semenyo. Speaking of, we're going to offer him out, but we're going to try and offer him for... Oh, we already offered him for 85. Perfect. Let's try 90. See if we can get anyone to bite on that, because we'd like to get more money if we can. Get a big amount of him, and then we're going to bring in some of those, and then we're also looking for... So we're selling one big player a year. Second, we're signing young players to try and fill replacements and stuff like that, to just kind of really flesh out, especially in our squads, in just like our youth setup, which we already have a very good youth setup. But if we're looking at it, we have below average youth development and average... We have below average U21s and average U18s. We want to get these up. And we have good, excellent intake. Like, we're going to get great intake. Love it. Our youth coaching definitely needs to be improved. Which we might actually just ask about that, is like, hey, can we make it so our youth coaches are better? Because, like, if we're looking at... let's just actually look into a squad. If we're looking at... One day I will know how to navigate all of these windows. We're looking at the U21s. And then let's go to general info. On our U21s right now, the only person with really any potential to make it in our team are these two. We've got Velko Milosavljevic, which we've already been giving reps in the first team. And then we've got Welshman Charlie Stevens, who can play all through the spine of a midfield that has the potential to maybe make it and be okay for us. Right now, is he necessarily good enough to be playing for us? Probably not. But like, he could get there with some work, and he's doing a lot of work to improve. Like, we're seeing it. He's also only 18. And then if we go to U18s, it doesn't get much better. Right now, we have two could maybe get there, and it's Danny Dixon, who's a young goalkeeper, and Kobaro Akaunu, who is a 16-year-old winger that could maybe get there. But like, most of these people are never going to get there. So we're trying to find young players that are in that 16 to 21 age demographic, or 23 is kind of the oldest that they're looking for at Bournemouth right now, that can either come in and make immediate impacts, or more realistically, might not be good enough right now for the team or even for the Premier League, but can fill out these squads and get playtime, or can go out on loan on other places. Which, like, we might be hiding all of the... No, we're not even hiding people that aren't at the club. But yeah, so those are our things. And we're going to fill those numbers out by getting free transfers when we can get them, even though we have money. And then buying young, good players when we can't, or when we have the opportunity to spend some money. Which, right now, we do actually have a bit of money to spend. If we're going back to our recruitment, our current transfer budget is $54 million. We also appear to have an issue in left back. So one of the things that I want to start our time with here before we get into anything else, since we do have Chelsea in 4 days, is I want to try and experience some more times. I've been watching some people play. I've been looking some stuff up. I want to set some more requirements for this to get good recommendations. So we want to essentially make one for each of our positions in our tactic. So we're going to start with our striker. In possession, out of possession, they will both be a striker. We'll do transfer alone. We want them to be at most 23. And I think we'll just have that be our only thing we set there. And playing time, any. That'll be our first requirement. Then we're going to do transfer and loan. Hard cap at 23. Tracking winger. Inside winger. Same on the right-hand side. I think we'll do one from 15 to 23, and then we'll also do one that is 15 to 18, I think. Just bang these out real quick. But for the 15 to 18 ones, let's do, instead of transfer alone, let's do just transfer. So we want DMs. And then let's just make one for goalkeeper, because we are not the best at goalkeeper, to be 100% honest, is I think a good way to put it. Since, like, Jordi Petrovic, great. Absolutely fantastic. Anyone behind Jordi Petrovic, we kind of don't ever want to see them on the pitch. Okay, so now we're going to make another set of these, but it's just going to be transfer only and 18. And we're just going to check back in on these on the 17th and see what it looks like, is my plan. See if this gives us some good leads. Some players that we want to look at. Create requirements. We're in out of possession. And then center back, 18, and goalkeeper, and 18. Requirements. So I want to just look through these, I think, and see what we get when we get to the responses page. We'll check those in a week. And then otherwise, let's look at opportunities. Manchester United want a striker. And they want Evan Nielsen for their striker requirement. Al Hilal. They want Evan Nielsen. Lunari want Lewis Cook. Interesting. Didn't know that there was something there. Man United wants Kluivert. Rayo Vallecano has a whole bunch of people that could fit them. Wait, Romain Favre? Who is on our books but is out at Al Tawoun. What does his contract look like? They could sign him. Okay, so he already basically has the thing. They're saying, like, this guy looks fine. I mean, I see why we're getting rid of him, because he's 27 and he's not, like, any better, really, than anyone else we have. Mines. Also interested in all of our right-sided attacking midfielders. Villa. Interested in a lot of our players. I don't know that any of these are people that we want to get rid of. Wolfsburg. Alaves. Max Aarons is another one of those, like, this is a player that every Football Manager player knows that's played Football Manager in the past 10 years, because he was just, like, the best English right back in, like, 2021. And now he doesn't play for Bournemouth anymore. He just plays at Rangers. And, like, honestly, I would love to have him back. He's got... What do we want from our wingbacks? We want pace and acceleration. He's got those. We want good jumping reach, which he definitely doesn't have. He has a jumping reach of 7, and he's 5'7". And then his composure, he's good, and his vision, he's not quite there, but he's pretty good. Like, honestly, when he comes back, that kind of solves a starting right back problem for us that we might have, since we know Scott's leaving. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know that we have anyone else on our squad that we necessarily want to get rid of right now. It's like our big ticket item is that we're getting rid of Antoine Semenyo. But do we have anyone else that is... listed? Like, we know Adam Smith is leaving. He's going to Saudi Arabia. Owen Bevan is listed. Do we have anyone that wants Owen Bevan? Let's try and look that. So we're going to filter this for... Let's go to recruitment. Transfer him out. Filter by position. Filter for center back. Any of these interested in an Owen Bevan? No. Bologna... We can't offer any of them. Ulinary, also not interested. No. Okay. So none of them want Owen Bevan. Fair. We don't want Owen Bevan. But let's go back to looking at more. Players. So Owen Bevan. Balraj Landa. Once again, I don't know that we will get anyone that wants him or that we could send him to. Okay. But we now have those set up. That was the main thing I wanted to do, is I wanted to look at the transfer in, see what it looks like, see what it's going to get us. We will check back in on the 17th for that one. Noah Boutin, which is a player we don't want to keep around. We will accept $26,000 for him. Facundo Gonzalez has been granted a work permit. Cool. So we are going to get Facundo Gonzalez. Facundo Gonzalez was another center back that we wanted to sign from Uruguay. He has really high potential. He's 22. He's playing at Real Santander. He's from Juventus. He's 6'4". He can jump so high. He's pretty strong. He's not the fastest, but like he'll get there. Hopefully. Work rate's not quite there. Anticipation is just shy. But like he's got a lot of the benefits of like he's going to be dirt cheap. And he could probably get there. And if not, we can send him off to places like FC Lorient. And he would be an insane player at FC Lorient. Like, absolutely fantastic for them. He'd be like a backup for us. Watford can have Moto. Okay, we are sending Semenyo off. Okay, so Semenyo has gone to Man City. Thank you for your service, Antoine Semenyo. Admittedly, you haven't been the player for us in the game that you have been in real life. As we look at your competition, you have 5 goals and 15 appearances for us so far in Cherry on Our Wayward Son. Whereas in real life, Antoine Semenyo, while scoring on Monday and doing quite a good job, has 7 goals in 15 starts for them. So, like, we're not too far off from real life. We are only 2 goals behind. We are way outperforming in assists, though. Our Antoine Semenyo has 7 assists. Real life only has 3 currently. But in real life, he also has an average match rating of 7.39, and we only have a 6.89. But thank you for your time, Antoine Semenyo. You have been a valiant servant. We wish you best of luck. You are going to Man City, which we don't love, because then that means we have to play against Antoine Semenyo several times. But we have gotten our highest ever transfer fee for Bournemouth. Dennis is injured again. Krupi is taken ill. We will send him home so that he doesn't pass his cold on to anyone else. We have a cup match against Chelsea in 2 days. Hibs is another good Jeremy Monga is a very good player, is what they're telling us. Joshua Quarshi also. Sebastian Boselli. Could be. Consistent, works well within a team. What do we think about Monga? One, he's a youth player, which is honestly not bad. He's 16. Okay. Our AM left that we would like him to be good at is pace. He's got it. He's already at our required threshold for pace, and he's 16 and is only going to grow. Acceleration, 17. He's at the top end of our 14 to 18 bracket. Anticipation, he has an 11. Some room to improve. Crossing, 11. Not quite there yet. Dribbling, 16. He's, once again, above our thing. Jumping reach, he does only have 9, so he would need to do some work there. Technique, 12. Not quite there yet. And composure, 11. So, mentally, not quite there. Physically, already most of the way where we want him to be. Good looks there. Quarshi, 6'5". 18 pace and 17 jumping reach is really good. "14 acceleration is good enough for us. 14 work rate is good enough for us. Where he falls apart is 11 anticipation. But 11 anticipation isn't the worst thing to ever hear. And then Sebastian Bozelli. Only 6 foot. He does have 14 jumping reach. So he could play center back for us if we really wanted to. We've got, for our wing back right, though, position he can't play. So he would have to just play center back for us. And as far as center back is concerned, jumping reach is fine. He's not there on pace. He's there on acceleration. His work rate isn't there, and his anticipation is. So, not quite there. Would be a good signing, though. Spurs have declared interest in Kluivert. Kluivert is believed to be interested because they're able to offer him continental soccer, which we can't, but we are on track to. Adam Smith, Alex Scott, and Evan Nielsen were all in the Premier League Team of the Week. Oh, we're going to get one of the Martins. Which Martin is it? Carlos Martin. Okay, so it's the right winger. Okay. Adley, did you also get the mysterious illness? You also got a cold. Hoopy, why'd you give... I mean, Adley, you're cold. So, they really want us to find a right winger. We aren't going to find anyone yet, are we? We already have responses. So, Lucas Stassen, underbid from a whole bunch of clubs as a striker. From Saint-Étienne. Okay. What can we find about Lucas Stassen? Jumping. He's gonna, only if he absolutely high rolls it, meet our threshold. Pace. He can't meet it even if he high rolls, nor acceleration. So he's not fast or strong or good at jumping. Why are we interested in him at all? Concentration, he's not going to get there. Dribbling if he high rolls it. Vision if he high rolls. Balance, he could potentially get there. Off the ball is where he's amazing. He's great in the channels. And finishing, he'll likely have higher than that 13. So we're looking, so he's only really good at 2 of the 9 things we want from our striker. So I'm good passing on Lucas Stassen. Matias Arezzo is the other recommendation, which we all know Matias Arezzo. We're all familiar with Matias Arezzo and his game. Matias Arezzo, currently at Grêmio, the Uruguayan, can be fast. He's never going to get there jumping reach-wise. His finishing's pretty good. His finishing's there no matter what. Off the ball if he high rolls. His composure, fine. His concentration, he's really bad at concentrating. Jumping reach, he's never going to be good enough. Dribbling's never going to be good enough. Vision can't be good enough. Balance is good enough. Matias Arezzo is an interesting option. What we really want to look at is who do they recommend as our Semenyo replacements. So their first one is 19-year-old Argentinian Maher Carrizo, playing at the Vélez in the Argentinian Premier Division. 18.5 million, I don't hate. That's a not bad price point. What do we know about Maher Carrizo? He can play all of these positions somewhat well, but he most importantly plays the one we want him to. At that position, what we are most important in is pace and acceleration. He's not there on pace, but he is there in acceleration. We're already at... There's only 8 things we care about. We're at 1 out of the 8 so far, and it's acceleration. Anticipation, he's not there. Crossing, he's not quite there. Dribbling, he's not. Jumping reach, he's not. Technique, he's not. And composure, he's not. So he's just below everything. But he's 19. I think he could get Premier League standard. He has high consistency, which we like. Very one-footed, which we are replacing the most two-footed player in the world. So, not a good look. He could be good in the future, though. Like, he's 19. Just giving him some playing time is going to go a long way. Our other option is Angelo, who has been listed for loan by Al Nassr. Angelo, everyone knows from, I mean, kind of everywhere, but past editions of the game, is just a former Brazilian wonder kid, plays on the right-hand side. He could get there for our acceleration and pace. He's never going to hit the jumping reach quota that we're going to give him. Anticipation, if he high rolls, potentially. Dribbling, he's got on lock. Crossing, he doesn't. He can never get there. Technique, he's most likely got. Composure, he most likely has as well. So, like, not bad. What about our 15 to 18? We don't have any offers yet. We do have a response for the 18-year-old left. Oh, he also can play right. Jay Robinson. Play both sides of the pitch. 18 at Southampton. Doesn't hit these. Doesn't hit that. Doesn't hit that. Does hit dribbling. Doesn't hit composure. Could maybe hit anticipation, but based off the rest of these, probably won't. Does hit technique, though. Jay Robinson. Not a bad pickup. Reason it's just not displaying there, even though it is in the requirement. So, okay. As far as scouted players, do we have inverted winger, tracking winger? Two things we're looking for. Inverted winger. Inside winger in possession. Radu Dragson, who's an inside fullback, but maybe not Radu Dragson. We can filter. But we're also only showing these, so let's not show that. Let's play attacking midfielder right. Okay, so Magnus Ekalush, French, 23 years old. Pace, he's not going to hit it. Acceleration, he probably will. Anticipation, he won't. Crossing, he's going to hit for sure. Technique, he's insane. This dude is a technique god. Crossing, he can hit. Dribbling, he's most likely going to hit it. Jumping reach, we don't get to see. It's not on this. Composure, he'll probably hit it. So this guy, out. Mika Gotts is Belgian, 20 years old. Pretty good, 20-year-old as well. Same thing. He's going to have 15 pace. We love that. 16 acceleration. Even better. Okay, we're already off to a great start. Anticipation. The wheels are starting to come off a little bit, but we're really making up with the first two. Crossing, we meet it. There we go. Dribbling. Even better. He's good at crossing and dribbling. Jumping reach, we don't get to see. Technique, he meets our threshold. Composure, just under. This guy might be it. I like Mika. Add him to the short list of transfer the next month. Mika Gotts. I like Mika Gotts. Oh, Mika Gotts is worth so much money. We cannot afford Mika Gotts. We could, but we'd sign literally only Mika Gotts. It's not worth it for us. Mika Gotts, though, good. Brian Gruda, German. Brian Gruda, very expensive as well. I'm gonna try and find people. Oh, we have transfer value here. Okay. Ooh, okay. I like this transfer value already. From OGC Nice. Muhammad Ali Cho. Okay, Muhammad Ali Cho is not bad. We like Muhammad Ali Cho. Acceleration and pace, we're loving. Crossing's not great. Dribbling is, though. Jumping reach, he's never going to hit it. Composure, he can hit it, but I don't think he will, probably. Anticipation, he can never get there. Technique, he's got. This guy's very close. This is current leading frontrunner. Okay, Muhammad Ali Cho, we like. Antonio Nusa is wanted by Manchester United. He's Norwegian. Playing at Leipzig. They want to pay a lot of money for him, though. Ooh. Here's a person we could get for 9.4 million from Malaga. David Larubia. Okay. I hate the 5 to 9 work rate. That's really bad, since work rate is literally the third most important thing. So he's got to be stellar everywhere else. And 12 to 15 isn't stellar. 14 to 17 is, though. So it's really fast. 12 to 16. 11 to 15. 13 to 16. 12 to 16. 11 to 15. This scout him a little bit more. Iker Benito from Atletico Pamplona. Maybe. Pace is good. Acceleration's good. Work rate's better, but not great. Dribbling could get there. Crossing will definitely get there. Technique could get there. Dallas Magno. Dallas Magno is 6.4 from New York City FC. Not expensive. That's pretty cheap. Probably going to get there on pace. He's definitely got acceleration. Probably got dribbling. He's probably got technique. He definitely doesn't have crossing. He could get there on anticipation. He could get there on composure. And you can't get there on jumping reach. I don't hate Dallas Magno. Ooh. Very cheap. Plays at Union Berlin. 21 years old. Levan Burku. Tell me more. You cannot jump. You have like my kind of hops. Man has negative hops. His leadership positioning, long throws, marking, and heading are also all very bad. He's quick. Doesn't have the mentals that we need him to have. And only sort of has the technicals. Maybe that's why you're so cheap, Levan Burku. Yang Hongjin, Korean, Celtic. Not too expensive. Liking the physicals. Anticipation and composure I'm liking. Dribbling I like. Technique and crossing less so. Can you jump? You cannot jump. Leo Sawyer at Feyenoord. He's not a bad price point. I'll say that much. I like that price point. Could get there. Definitely has the acceleration. Love that. Anticipation, bad. Composure, potentially. Crossing, potentially. Dribbling, potentially. Technique, he has it. Can you jump Leo Sawyer? He could. Leo Sawyer, good option. House Sands, Zaragoza. Potentially. No. Maybe. No. Okay. Luam Tuchuna at Burnley. Has the pace, has the acceleration. Doesn't have the anticipation or the composure or the crossing, but does have the technique and the dribbling. Luam Tuchuna also doesn't have the jumping reach. I don't hate it though. Another New York City FC. Banyol, he's already there permanently. Abdul Fatawu. Not a terrible price on him. This guy's very cheap. Hassan. Haysam Hassan. Got the pace and the acceleration we like. Love that already. His anticipation and composure are horrendous. His dribbling's very good. His technique's very good. His crossing is bad. Abdul Fattah also doesn't have good crossing. His composure and anticipation are better. Acceleration and pace are great as well. Ooh. Rooney Baji. Oh, Rooney Baji is on loan from Barca. He checks, I think, almost all of our boxes, too. And they also only want 9 to 13.5 million for him, which could be an absolute steal. Just sign Rooney Baji to replace Antoine Semenyo. 14 pace. 13 acceleration. Not great acceleration. Anticipation's not quite there. That's not quite there. Crossing's really bad. Technique and dribbling are good, though. Can Rooney Baji jump? He has, like, negative jumps. Jump is so bad. But he's so cheap. How much did Barcelona sign him for? 2.9 million? Oh yeah, that's what I remember. It's essentially like Barcelona just robbed FC Copenhagen. To be fair, FC Copenhagen signed him from Malmö for free. Like, they say his pros and cons are. He's consistent. I don't hate signing Rooney Baji. I don't. I mean, like, I understand people are going to come out and be like, well, he's a known wonder kid, blah, 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 blah. But also, like, he just hits a lot of our metrics. What would it take? We have David Watson coming in, Carlos Martin, and Facundo Gonzalez, which David Watson... Yeah, he has a minimum fee release clause of 117. They're willing to let him go, though, for 17 million, which admittedly, huge profit for them. Like, just absolutely atrocious profit because they got him for no money. We can get them closer to that 13, though. $13.5. We might sign Rooney Baji. David Watson, I think we are signing on a free, though, so I don't think we get him for a while. Recruitment. Transfers in. Where is David Watson? We're just going to find David Watson. He's currently at Kilmarnock. Their star player. He's joining us, yeah, in the summer. So, like, plus he is playing here. Like, we don't. He's before we did all of the research, though, into what attributes we wanted people to have. Okay. We got Baji. Way cheaper than we should have. Juan Manuel Gutierrez is at Defensa y Justicia. Is he on loan from Almeria? again, he cannot jump. Player from Hull might not be bad. Oh, it's Joe Gellhart from Leeds. Okay. Yeah, Joe Gellhart's generally just fine. Once again, cannot jump. Not quite as fast as he used to be. Dribbling and crossing aren't there. Anticipation and composure aren't there, but technique is. He's fine. He's not great. Harvey Blair. Robert Smith. I like the dribbling. I like the crossing. I like the technique. Composure is good. Anticipation could be good. Acceleration is great. Pace is great. Nottingham Forest. Ilani Bakwa at Nottingham Forest? Could be a move. Could be a move, chat. We'll see how this Rooney Baji thing works out. It could be Delaney Bakwa. Charlton have apparently a really good player on their hands, and Romain SC makes sense. He's on loan from Palace. That's why they have a good player on their hands, is because he's actually a Palace player. Oh, Nanto's here. Okay. Oxford just have a potentially very good player. That's pretty cheap. He's not good enough for us, though. He has a good enough acceleration and technique. Kwadwo Ba, already under offer for Man United, wandered by Man United or Valencia at Watford. What do they see that I don't? Say 15 pace, love it. Acceleration, 15, also love it. Anticipation's probably going to get there. Composure, horrendous. Good dribbling, not good enough technique, not good enough crossing. Can he jump? He also can't jump. So, don't know what Man United see in him at 19 million. Luis Guilherme at West Ham. Like those numbers? Don't like those numbers. Really don't like those numbers. Ooh, Wrexham. Where is he on loan from? PSV. Okay. PSV I also am like, yeah, PSV is pretty good. 15 million from Rapid Vienne could become really, really good. Nico Vermbrand, you don't have the dribbling or the technique or the crossing we want. Composure is also lacking. You are absolutely insanely fast. You're 20 years old. You're very fast. You cannot jump. You get any better? We will see. If you get better, you might be interested. Birmingham. This is Luis Kumas, who's actually a Liverpool player. Checks out. Sinclair Armstrong wants to leave. At Bristol City. Joe Scally is also kind of good pickup. He's got the acceleration and pace we want from our wingback. His jumping reach isn't horrible. It's not good enough, but it's not horrible. Bad composure and bad vision, though. A great teamwork, work rate, determination, fitness. He's dirt cheap. Can also play on the left. We will make an offer for Scally at 11.7. Tom Fellows can play the positions we are interested in. Why do we not want you, Tom? You're already doing great. Your anticipation, very bad. Composure, not as bad as we thought. Cannot jump, though. So you guys won two of the things that we want that he cannot do. Composure and anticipation. And jumping reach. Tom Fellows might be good. If we don't get Runibaji, Tom Fellows is it. Yang Hunjun. Check other lists. Default 20 players. Yeah, we're never going to afford Thomas Araujo. Why is Thomas Araujo? Oh, default's the one we're not even looking at anymore. That's why. We're looking at Thomas. We're looking at our default, which nothing on our default is someone that we're actually trying to sign. Or Carlos Martin, who we are actually already signing. Let's look at 16 to 18. Jeremy Monga might be someone we pick up. Jesse Wayan from Dormstadt. Maybe? Probably not. 18 to 21. Nicholas Vermbrand, the one that we just put on here. Leo Sauer is another one we're really interested in. Luis Quintero. 5 determination is very bad. Mamor Njai is the goalkeeper that was recommended by that chatter last week. Still very good. Okay. Divyo Sawa is another person that was recommended by that chatter. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of money. Joe Scally. Does Scally want to go back? Kind of fine with him going back. Um, I'm not interested in the 10% salary raise per year. Glad we could have this discussion, Joe. I am fine with him going back. Hey, Zumac, thank you for following. Thank you, thank you. We're about to go try and not lose to Chelsea. Hey, I appreciate the follow. It's been a while. I don't think I've seen or talked to you since Toronto. But thanks for the follow, man. Means a lot. Have fun with the family. Will do. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go try and not lose to Chelsea. So far, we've had a pretty good run against Chelsea. Every time we've played them, we drew and we drew. So it's been 1-1 every single time. At this point, we're just hoping to not lose. Especially in the cup, since this will be big. They've accepted our Baji offer, which is nice. But he is not interested in joining our team at all. Fair. He did just join Barcelona. I can't blame him. Oh, Evan Hilson can speak English now. Let's go. Oddly, I was going to play you in this game, but then you got sick, remember? You have a cold. If you're feeling better, we can talk about playing you, since it is a cup game, and so we aren't necessarily going to be playing the dream team. Who wants Tavernier to play left back? I don't know that we want Tavernier as our left wing back. Okay, so Nagalo we definitely want. Diakite, I'm fine with. How out is Adley? Adley is 100% out. He's not back for 3 more days from his cold. So we definitely can't play him at all. Not a problem, but minor problem. Okay, so man, everyone is wanted by Manchester United. I can't blame them. My team's pretty great. But the fact that we have Tavernier, Adams, Cook, and Christie all playing across our middle of our pitch is wild. Adams, we would much rather have you be Freeman. So we're playing actual ones. Koopy is still out with his cold, so he can't be in. Also rather have Truffert instead of Tavernier. In fact, let's just pick first 11. We can't play Jimenez because Jimenez is out. So we will unselect Jimenez. Just unselect, remove from position. And then we no longer have you because Antoine Semenyo got sold. So Antoine Semenyo's position is now permanently and always going to be filled by Ben Yen and Doak. Actually, we didn't want to do this. We wanted to play second 11. So, second 11. Truffert and Freeman, Richards and Christie, Nagalo, Tavernier, Brooks, Gann and Doak. Unal up front. Soler, come in here and then get rid of Soler. Remove from position. Okay, so remove these guys from position as well. And Sills now get removed from your position. Okay, so center back to play alongside Nagalo. Milosevic is apparently out for a groin strain, so that's not going to be an option. Senesi is an option, though. Let's play Senesi. Dennis is out, but he's back tomorrow. We should still probably just play Jordi. Jordi Petrovic gets to come in. Christy Richardson. Triffair, Ganadok, Brooks, Tavernier. Brooks would be Adley, but Adley is out. And then we will quick pick unpicked positions. We get Dennis, Smith, Cook, Evan Nielsen, Diakite, Scott, Bevan, Adams, Liebert. I am fine with this. This is a team that I think can win us this game. Will they win us this game? Who knows? But we can also hope that they play a not full-strength Chelsea team against this. Because, you know, it's the cup. And it's not even the FA Cup, it's the Carabao Cup. So, like, we should be fine. They are playing their full starting 11. Every single one of them. Jeez. They are... The only thing they haven't done is play their starting keeper. They're playing their cup keeper in Philip Jorgensen instead of Alexis Sanchez. Okay, Bournemouth, let's go. We're going to try, see what we can figure out here. A snowy day in London at Stamford Bridge. Oh, some UI changes for sure. The new update today, well, this week, when I was trying to get everything set up today, was definitely a bit more problematic than most of the updates for this game have been up until this point. In that, like, I tried to do the update, it downloaded everything, said everything was corrupted, had to re-download it again, which, you know, never a great look. Oh, that's also not a great look. Can you beat it in the near post by Trevor Chalobah and then having Jorel Hato just absolutely do us in near post? Just everyone, and then no one even tracking Jorel Hato. Let's try a little bit better this time, guys. Come on. We can do this. We haven't lost to Chelsea yet this season. So, like, let's not make a habit of starting that now. Always win the second ball. First to the second ball. It's our whole thing. Tavernier. Truffert, okay. Brooks found Truffert on the overlap. Oh, there it is. Let's go, Enes Unal. Let's go. Massive goal from Enes Unal. So, UI, not perfect yet. Still some kinks. We got Enes Unal playing for us now. Enes twice. But still, wonderful ball in from Truffert. There we go. That's how you respond to going down. 5-minute equalizer. Let's keep up the pressure. And see what we can do with it. Ooh, that was a little too close from Facundo Buonanotte for my liking. Long throw, don't hate it. Senesi with a chance to do something here. Ooh, Brooks tried to take that off the volley. There was just too many people in the way. The corner, a chance to keep doing something. We'll take it. Okay, we don't like it when Chelsea gets corners, though. Okay, kept him out. Oh, and Dylan Brooks on the break. Finds Enes Unal. Find the next pass, Brooks. Nope. Found Romeo Lavia. I don't like that this has turned into a Chelsea highlight again. It started as a Chelsea highlight from the corner. We started a counterattack. It immediately fell apart. Chelsea got a highlight again. Ended with a Chelsea free kick. Oh, absolutely insane follow-up on that shot by Facundo Buonanotte. What in the world was that? Chelsea has just been lethal from these corners. We even won that corner. Nagalo got it out there, just not well enough. And Buonanotte, insane side-footed half volley from the top of the box right before halftime. That is... Come on, boys. Let's try to end at least tied going into the half. Nope. Okay. Ooh, this is a new screen. I like this screen a lot. This screen's really nice. I'll say we have been unlucky. Like, the first corner we should have been better about. That second corner, though, with the Facundo Buonanotte goal, just insane. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. Like, Facundo Buonanotte is never going to hit that shot again. And we shouldn't have expected him to make it the first time. Ooh, that was way too close by Estival. Estival. Just beating us. Oh, Ryan Christie got back in time, though. There we go. And Petrovic. Ooh, that was almost a break for Tavernier. Oh, and he picks Estival's pocket. Oh, that was not it, though. Jamie Benoit Gittins, please miss. Oh, and he did. Hit the uprights. Gone out for a throw-in. Jeez. They are cutting us up, though, to start the second half. This is not looking great for the Cherries. Romeo Lavia has been imperial in the passing lanes. Estreval couldn't get it past Trevert. There we go, Brooks, Enesunal, Tavernier, who was offsides. Okay. Ganadok wins it back. Oh, there we go. Oh, I love the release to Truffert on the wing. Oh, Truffert beats his man. Tavernier, Christie, Truffert. Oh, Adrien Truffert. Adrien Truffert, bottom corner. He set up the move. Got released by the pass from Richardson. Oh, geez. Just beats Esteval. Finds Tavernier. Tavernier finds Christie. Christie finds Truffert. Truffert finds bottom corner. Poetry in motion. Let's start looking at some subs, though, because people are getting tired. Richardson, you've been an excellent servant. You get to come off for Adams. Freeman, do we have a sub for you? We have Adam Smith. Brooks for Scott. And let's start with these. Since we definitely are swinging the momentum back in our favor at this point in the match. Man City's also demolishing Arsenal in their part of this tie. Hopefully none of those goals are Antoine Semenyo, because that would be scary for us. Because we have, if we beat Chelsea here, we have to then play them. Okay. Next set of changes. Gannon Doak for Kluivert. And Kluivert and Tavernier swap. They can. Okay. Tavernier, that was your ball to get on that second ball there, but Alex Scott finds Tavernier, finds Kluivert. Oh, Justin Kluivert. Oh, nice save from Jorgensen, but that was so close by Kluivert. He was in behind. He really should have hit that better. See if Evan Nielsen can do something in the last 10 minutes or so that we've got here, or going into overtime. Senesi with the ball on the outside. Oh, that was a bad pass back to Smith. Buonanotte really cut that out immediately. Oh, Smith got it back, though. There we go. Up to Evan Nielsen. Back to Adams. Tavernier. Nope, that was a bad pass there, too. Okay. We are going into the end of extra time. I am happy with the draw. We should have won that. That Kluivert absolute sitter to get a third goal should have been a goal. But that makes us 3 for 3 on drawing Chelsea this season. Who scored these 3 goals? Okay, none of them were scored by Semenyo. Semenyo didn't even make the 20-man squad. So we'll take that. Trufair was great. Love Trufair. Thanks for scoring that second goal so that we can get there. And he also set up the first goal. Looks like art imitating life again. We got that news update here that it looks like Gehi is probably going to be going to Liverpool. Something that was going to be probably done in the summer and then just didn't get done, and now is almost certainly happening in the winter window, is Gehi leaving Crystal Palace. I don't know why they're training Nagalo as a DM, but he can play there. Wasn't what we signed him to play, but like he can do it. Ooh, we got Mario Martin, the Real Madrid, former Real Madrid, current Getafe player. Okay, so this guy, from what we've looked at, is good enough to get one of our 2 remaining ESC places if he doesn't get this work permit. But we're going to try and get him his work permit. If we can't, we'll give him an ESC place. They're saying, hey, you should sign Jorel Hato or Radu Dragshin. And I was like, yeah, I would love to. But also, I know it looks like I have money, because I do. I have about 100 million, but I want to spend that 100 million a lot more wisely than that. Like, I want to spend it on a couple of different players that are all worth like 10 or so million, not on one big lump sum. Oosterwolde from Fenerbahce. Not a bad scout, but also we're not planning to spend half of our budget on one player. That makes, any sense. I know it's a revolutionary idea in the transfer market that it's like, what do you mean we're not going to spend? No, Putin can get out of here. We can offer Costa Gonzalez out on loan pretty easily. No issue there. Okay. We really want to win this Brighton game. They absolutely humiliated us at home earlier in the season, back before we figured out how, just the game worked at all. So we really want to just hammer them in this match. But first, we're going to go look at our recommended players. So we're going to go to recruitment. We have 46 responses. We like that. Recommendation. Alexei Batrakov is our currently highest recommended. He's under transfer offer from Bayern Munich. FC Bayern München. Everyone in my family's learning German right now, and I'm not, and it's, if you can't tell, and I maybe should. Okay, so he's an attacking midfielder center. He's currently a star player for Lokomotiv Moscow. 17.5 is not a lot of money for him. Pace and acceleration, he has a lot left to be desired. His concentration is not quite there yet, but could get there. Same with his composure, but his technique is really good. And I don't hate the price tag on him. So we're going to try a 17.5. I can't understand why he would pick us over Bayern Munich, but like, it's worth trying. Lucas Tassin, we already looked at. We definitely don't want to bid on him. Cole and Heidenheim have now come in for him, though, which, like, that's two bigger teams than Como and Hamburg. Amin Al-Khalil can play center back, plays at Stuttgart, isn't a ton of money. Let's look at Amin Al-Dakil. 6'2". Potentially has the jumping reach we want. Definitely has the acceleration and pace we want. So he's fast. He's not that short. He can jump most of the thing we want. Work rate could get there. Anticipation can't. He's not registered at Stuttgart, but he has 6 caps for the Belgian team. Yeah, he has 6 caps for the Belgian. He's also Iraqi. Sick. Trained at Stendelish and RC Anderlecht Academies. I'm going to play in Belgium. Active work permit. I don't hate this guy. Guy could be pretty good. He only needs a little bit of polish to become exactly what we need him to be. And he's at a good price point. Okay, so you're saying he's worth 7 to 10.5. You actually want 25.5. What if I instead offer you 10.5? You come back at 22. We're moving in the right direction, but we're moving there very slowly. And I really don't want to pay more than 10.5 for this guy. 22 is your final offer? Then I'm good. Stuttgart, you can keep him. Angelo Maharcarizo, I think we already looked at. Do we have more information on Maharcarizo? We don't, but he is pretty good from what I remember. Yeah, crossing and dribbling, not quite there. Anticipation, composure, not quite there. Technique, not quite there. Acceleration and pace. He's got one of the things we want him to have. Ramon, don't know that we saw. Let's look at Ramon. Maybe, not quite. If he's lucky. And work rate, he's definitely got it. Anticipation, he could have it. Interesting concept, Ramon. Adam Aubert, another center back. He has the jumping reach, he has the pace. He's one off on acceleration. Doesn't have the work rate. Doesn't have the anticipation. Don't know that we want Aubert. Garikaburu. So I played a save that went on pretty long in I think it was 22. It might have been FM 23. Where after Benzema retired, I was playing in La Liga with Valencia, and John Karakaburu was just the leading striker for Real Madrid for years. And like, was he ever great? No, but he was just electric in that team and that team only. Which, for us, he definitely doesn't have the jumping reach. His pace he's probably got. His acceleration he could have. Concentration, if he's lucky, he'll have it. Dribbling he definitely doesn't have. Vision he definitely doesn't have. Balance he doesn't have. Off the ball he might have. And finishing he probably has. But like, interesting idea, John Karakaburu. Matias Arezzo now recommended. Ivan Burku we already looked at in another place, but now that he's getting recommended here, that's interesting. Do we know any more about him? We don't. We still haven't learned anything about Ivan Burku. Muhammad Damar is a new person from Hoffenheim. Can play all across the front three. Likes being a free role. Specifically is an AMC though, so let's look at him for that one. Pace, if he's lucky. Acceleration, no way. Anticipation, if he's lucky. But he doesn't need that. Concentration, no. Composure, also no. Technique, he's gotten spades. So like maybe Muhammad Damar. Dominguez is at Bologna. Dominguez, Argentinian, technically a left winger, but he can play on the right. Let's see what you got. Acceleration, yes. Pace, no. Anticipation, no. Crossing, no. Dribbling, yes. Jumping reach, no. Technique, yes. Exposure, no. Dominguez. Okay. So these 15 to 18s, the only ones we have any offers on are striker, James Wilson, Hearts. And this one here, Jay Robinson, which we've already looked at. Jay Robinson. Jay Robinson we're slightly interested in, but not like 30 million. Batstrakov accepted our offer. Yeah, he's going to be very good. Well, you don't want a yearly salary raise. I also like the $77 million minimum fee release clause, because like if we get $77 million for this guy that we're spending 17 for, perfect. Best deal of my life. All I ever wanted. Okay, so now we're gonna go play Brighton. We have to win this game. we are going to use first 11. Solaire. Is instead going to be Bingan and Doak. And then let's pick our bench. And then check. Is Adley... Adley can play. Okay. He's not great, but he can probably give us a first 45. So let's put him in instead of Brooks. Where'd you go, Adley? There you go, Adley. And then instead of Scott, and have him play the first 45 minutes, and then at halftime, we swap him for Scott. Because we are trying to give Amin Adley the match time that he wants so that he will stay at the club. And he would have played last game, but he was sick. Now he has to play today. He is not sick. Okay, let's go Cherries. Go out there and impress me. I want to see revenge. We got absolutely dumpstered by this team last time we played them, and we really don't want that to happen again. Go Lewis Cook. Okay, Senesi with the long throw here and a chance to make something 15 minutes into the game. Diakite wins the header. Oh! Adley just couldn't quite get there. That was beautiful up until the Adley part of that play, though. Got muscled off of the ball by Van Hecke. Carlos Baleba got injured. Okay. I don't like that we are still having a highlight, though. Okay, so Nessie got rid of it. What do you mean penalty? What do you mean penalty, ref? Come on! Come on, ref! Go into his little review box. Penalty awarded. What do you mean? Alex Jimenez nudges Dunk too strongly? I mean, look at Alex Jimenez next to Dunk. Here's Alex Jimenez. Yeah, Danny Welbeck's not going to miss those, is the unfortunate part. Okay, well, we really need to turn this around. Because that was some absolute bullcrap there. Like, Alex Jimenez, no way he does anything that actually affects Lewis Dunk. Okay. Alex Scott's definitely coming in at halftime, and hopefully that turns this all around for us. Okay. We really need to pick that up, and then Adley is immediately getting replaced by Scott. Because, like, the thing is, like, I think we've been the better team. Our shots just haven't been on target, and really the only reason that they have the better XG is because they had just that one gimme penalty that, of course, like, you expect Danny Welbeck to ever miss a penalty? No. Jordy could have saved it. That would have been awesome, but I never expect Danny to miss. He's going to at least put it somewhere that it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Okay. Gannon Toke is injured. I think. I hope this isn't a straight red card. We can replace him with Avernier. And we're at 60 minutes anyways, so bringing on someone for Adams might not be the worst idea also. Christy can come on for Adams. Oh, we like a highlight. We love a highlight. Nice Lewis Cook, Evan Nielsen, Kluivert. Jimenez finds Kluivert. Kluivert, can you find someone else? There's Scott. There it is. That's our equalizer. I felt one coming. Like, I felt like we should be winning this game. So the fact that we're not. Until now, Kluivert just cuts it back. Oh, it takes a bounce off of the Brighton player too. Like, that was not a good cutback. Well, sometimes better to be lucky than good. Nice. Get that out of there, Christy. Okay. Sasha Bowie. Danny Welbeck not going to get there before Senesi. Karu Matoma over the top. Whoa, jeez. That was scary. Okay. Do we have... So, Smith and Jimenez both want to come off. I think we will just replace both of them as our last two subs. Okay, so try and encourage the team for the last 10 minutes. We aren't losing, which is great, but we should win this. We need to win this for our own honor. Scott, Freeman, Tavernier playing it nice and tight down the side. Oh, Evan Nielsen. Evan Nielsen with the final finish off an insane ball from Alex Freeman. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, jeez. This beautiful tight play over here right on the right-hand side. And then Freeman just finding the perfect ball in and no one near him, in off the post, over Verbruggen's head. Just beautiful finish from Evan Nielsen, who's had a really quiet game so far today, and that really just skyrocketed him. Okay, now we just try to kill this lead. Hold this lead and kill this time. Go to lower, time wasting up. We're just trying to win. That's all that matters. And we have 7 minutes of added time. I do not like this highlight at the edge of our box. Solly Marsh. Oh, jeez. Solly Marsh, that was way closer than it should have been. We did it. We did it. That's revenge. How's it going, Foo Fighter? It's going all right. We managed to sell Antoine Semenyo for the full 80 million. We now have 100 million to spend, and we're trying to figure out who we want to spend it on. We have played only 2 matches, I think, today. We played this one against Brighton that we were trying to get payback for earlier in the season when we lost a horrible match to Brighton at home. Back when I didn't know how tactics worked yet in FM26. So getting this one meant a lot, and then we drew in the semifinal of the Carabao Cup against Chelsea 2-2. But yeah, so we're just kind of looking at bringing in people. We have truly too much money to spend. And yeah, this is the other really horrible thing, is that Ben-Gan and Doak got injured in this last game. But otherwise, we're doing good. We're trying to just take it slow and get through the transfer window tonight, because we have 14 more days in the window and trying to get that. Yeah, that was my whole thing, is like, we already had players before this window started, and then at the beginning of the window, because we're overperforming our expectations so much, the board's just like, have $40 million. And then we sold Antoine Semenyo for 80, and so I've got 106 million available right now. That I'm like, we're just looking for young talent that we want to bring in that we think could be good. Saba Karabashvili is on his second round of work permits, but he's probably going to need to be one of our ESC places. We're bringing in Joe Scaly just because, 12 million is really good, and he's a good enough backup wingback for both sides for us. And then, jeez, are you still with Sunderland, Foo Fighter? How in the world are you going to spend 316 million? That's an unbelievable amount of money. That's crazy. How's your save been going? I know you were doing Champions League last time we were talking, but this is our other one that we found. We found this Alexei Batrakov guy that Bayern Munich is also in for, that could be a good backup AMC, I think. But we're still trying to figure out exactly what we want to do with all of this money. We also made a really silly offer for Rooney Badji at one point. Because in my save right now, Barcelona have him out for loan, and they also have him available for sale for $12 million, which is just ridiculous to me. Okay, Saba Karabashvili. That'll happen. That was the game that I was most concerned about this entire save so far was my Chelsea game that was in the cup, because we have played Chelsea now 3 times this season, and we have drawn every single time, but we've always had to come back from behind to get that draw. They are, it's just annoying. In our defense, the fact that we drew was good for us, but it was also, the first goal that they scored was a just completely defensive fall apart. on a corner that no one marked Jorel Hato on the back post. I couldn't tell you why. Like, I just couldn't. And then their second goal was just an unbelievable worldie by Facundo Buonanotte. Once again, off of a corner where we defended their corner successfully, cleared the ball out, and then he hit this like side foot half volley from the top of the box that rocketed into the far corner. And I'm just like, yeah, there's no way in the world that we're ever saving that. But also, like, I think 9 times out of 10, Facundo Buonanotte is also not scoring that. Like, it's just like, there's no way that goes in. Saba is good. That's the thing, is like, he's really good. We aren't going to get him again until the end of the season because we bought him and we're loaning him back to Dinamo Tbilisi. 450 a week. Yeah. No, that's not it per week. I am paying Saba Karabashvili 450k a year. I am paying him less than $500,000 a year to pay for me. Because I'm American, and so everything is in per year here. Yeah, no. He's getting $450,000 a year to play for me. Which is nothing. Like, if we look at our players here, right now I'm paying Justin Kluivert $6.3 million a year to play for me. I'm playing my backup center back Viliko Milosavljevic $1.19 million a year to play for me. So, like, we are paying this guy literally zero money. Yeah. They do. Well, that's the thing. It's the Premier League. You have to pay people an inflated fee because you're the Premier League and everyone knows you have infinite money, and even when you're a team that really doesn't have infinite money. So, like, it comes with the... Ooh, we got more responses. This is the main thing that we've been working on today, Foo Fighter, is that I have been trying to use this screen more and get recommendations from here. Or I think about it, I might make an offer on this Carrizo. Angelo on loan's also not a bad shout. Because we have people that we made promises to that want us to get a new replacement. Yeah, I just made one. I made a set of 9 each. I made 9 for 15 to 23 and 9 for 15 to 18. Just to see. And the 15 to 18s are not getting really any responses, but the 15 to 23s are, which is nice, but also, like, I still don't think I have this 100% understood as to what I should be doing. But it is powerful. Because, like, there's some things... This Lucas Tassin is one that he did just get bought by Hamburger SV. He was originally at Saint-Etienne. But it's like, there's some things that it's like, yeah, that looks great. He doesn't look like what I want from a striker, but it's nice to get the recommendations. Mainly, it's just a useful way I find of trying to narrow down, based off of this screen, a lot of the information that I get from this screen. because there's just infinite information on this screen, which is not helpful. This guy is a free agent and can play up here. And he's kind of fast, but really bad at everything else. Makes sense why he's a free agent. Yeah, but we're mainly looking at that right now. We're still also really interested in this wingback left position, but we're getting literally no bites on a person that can play wingback on the left and fullback on the left, which is what we need for my system. So well, that's also just like fees are absolutely inflated. Like I am convinced that if you look at any of these are just all lies constantly. Perfect example was in responses. I was looking at this Amin Al-Dakhli because this 7 million to 10.5 million price tag is really, really good. Because I'm like, that's like no money. And I want to try and find players that I can bring in to just have squad depth. And with my 106 million, I'm like, if we can get like 8 to 10 players for that, that's great business. And this Amin Al-Dakhli, like looking at him, has a lot of what we're looking for in center backs. He's a fast center back. He's 6'2". He can jump. He potentially can have the work rate we're looking for. And his anticipation's not horrible. So like a lot of things there. And Stuttgart hasn't even registered him. So I'm like, oh, great. Cheap, all that stuff. I go to actually offer for him, and the lowest they are willing to accept for Amin Al-Dakhli is $22 million. I'm like, but then why are you telling me 7 to 10.5? And it's the same in reverse for a lot of those young players that are from big teams, or even just non-young players from big teams. Like Mosquera for me, let's look at him. Christian Mosquera at Arsenal right now is worth $50 to $73 million. Yeah, I don't think he's worth any money. Like he's not good enough to be worth 22 million. Is my talking about the guy that I was just showing you? Like he's not worth that amount of money, which is why I didn't make an offer for him. I was just like, no, he's not worth what you're asking. But Mosquera has made 10 appearances so far this year, and they're still currently asking for 50 to 73 million. I don't know what this will be in 2028, but like when you say 75 to 100, I'm not surprised. Just the classic, and like this thing, it's always been that way in all of FM. Just every FM ever has had the issue with just overinflated or underinflated prices. Facundo Gonzalez, I think would be a good signing. I think we've already signed him. Yeah, we have. That's my other problem, Foo Fighter, is that like most of the people I'm signing for free. Because I'm signing them on end of contract deals, and I'm like, that doesn't spend my money either. Okay, Enes Unal. I mean, if you want to sign Mosquera, like, he's a good center back and right back, so, like, go for it. You're also, I think, definitely in the position where you can make some of those statement signings. Left-sided center back? Okay. Let's think. So you've got the especially since you're playing in England, the first one that comes to mind is trying to pick up Colwill if you're trying to just do one of those like you spent $1 billion on a player. If you can try and pick up Levi Colwill, he's young. He's a left-sided center back because he's a left-footed center back, and that's what I look for in my left-sided center backs. And that's if you're trying to spend your just infinite money, that would be a good one. Other good left-sided center backs. I don't hate Lacroix. I don't know how he would be doing in 2028, but Maxence Lacroix is always a good pickup. I wouldn't think that Levi would be interested, honestly, but it's worth looking there. Geez, who are some other good? Of course, Chelsea want 200 plus million for Levi. Gone are the days where you could just randomly get Levi Colwill for like 50 million for some reason. Another one that's been really good for me in other saves and in other FMs as a left-sided center back is Alfie Dorrington from Tottenham. He's also left-footed and is just great. You can also look out of non-English leagues. I've had a lot of luck getting former Barcelona center backs and then playing them for a season or two and then selling them back to Barcelona just because they're stupid enough to let him go and then sell him back. Yeah, I can look too in a minute if you'd like. I'm trying to figure out how to not offend Enes Ünal the most, but also I don't really plan on playing him a ton. Just tell him the truth. He's my second option. This name is going to bug me if I don't look it up, so we are going to look up this Barcelona player. What was his name? He also might not be on Barcelona anymore. I don't think I'm looking for Ugafe. He was Moroccan, if I remember correctly, this center back I'm looking for. Chiadi Riyad was the one that I was thinking of. There, you got it. Chiadi Riyad was a huge one for me. That was just like, I picked him up for, I think, almost nothing. Because Barcelona was like, I don't want him. And then I sold him like 2 seasons later as the best center back in the world for like, I think like 80 million. Chiadi Riyad's, if you have Riyad, that's a really good one. Yeah, Chadi Riyad. Oh yeah, he'd already moved to Palace. That's why we had him. Yeah. No, if you're looking for left-sided center backs, this is another one pretty high on my list. But it sounds like you already have him. Has Branthwaite moved somewhere crazy for you yet? Because Branthwaite's another crazy option in my experience. But he also potentially moves from Everton really quickly. So I don't know where he is at your point in your save right now, but there's another, if you're looking for young English center back that's a good left-sided center back because he's a left-footed center back. I don't know. He's still at Everton? That's another option that you could, since Everton already for me in 2025 2026 wants 55 to 82 million for him. They'll probably, if you want to spend a whole bunch of money and make a statement, I mean, he's 6'5" and has 18 jumping reach and 16 heading at 23. He's even better on your save. Just trying to think of other left-sided center backs that are good. What's the Wolfsburg player? He might have moved already. I think he moved in real life. 98 million for... I do think a $98 million for Branthwaite is, especially if you need a left-sided center back, better than $100 million for Mosquera. Because Mosquera's not going to be a left-sided center back for you. I don't remember that guy's name. Silo Tati? I do not think that I have him in my database. He also might be a regen. Crystal Palace have made a Kluivert offer? Where did Crystal Palace get $82 million? Really? Is he significantly cheaper than Branthwaite? I don't think we want to sell Kluivert, though, and Kluivert's not interested in going. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. Tutati. So my whole philosophy is always, if I can get a cheaper player that's just about as good, I will always go that way, especially if they're younger. But that's also why I have, like, oh, hey, we're going to get this Bachelor guy. That's why I have the same issue that you and I have been talking about this entire time of, like, we have infinite money and we don't know what to spend it on, because I feel like we are both in the same line of sometimes you don't want to spend the big money, and I think that's totally fine. We keep getting recommendations for this Carrazzo guy. Eventually, I might just have to bite the bullet on Carrizo. That is a pretty good link right there. Also, French center backs are just good. Like, I may be personally biased just as a person that speaks French and has been generally interested in the French system and team. But, like, you have a good pedigree there. So, like, I would go with Tati. But if you're looking for English left-sided center backs that are going to help you put a very large dent in your 300 million, you can't go wrong with Branthwaite. I think we're going to make a move on this Maher Carrizo guy. 38 million's a steal. Yeah, I would spend that in a heartbeat. The thing is, with 300 million, you can buy Tati and you could buy Branthwaite. Like, you could buy both of them. Riyad's also great. Like, that's the thing is, like, if you can buy Riyad, I'd say buy Riyad. Riyad's really good. And he's young enough that if he gets the playing time, like, so for me, the reason that I played Riyad as much and Riyad got the play that he needed to develop was because in my really, really long-term Palace save, he got a whole bunch of playing time because I think Lacroix got hurt and was like out for a season. And so I just played Riyad constantly and he became one of the best players in the world. Okay, Sour, are you any better? That's great. I think that we've talked our ways through this together, Foo Fighter, into I agree with you. I think pick up Riyad and Tati. They won't do you any wrong. And then if you have a sick youngster that you want to play, that sounds like a great rotation right there. It's just between those three. Since, like, I have a sick youngster that I want to play right now. He's just injured, which is why he isn't getting as much playing time as you'd want. But, like, okay. 15-15, we like. I think we're also going to make an offer here on Loyo Sawyer. That's gross, Foo Fighter. That's gross. That shouldn't be allowed. I am so jealous of your 17-year-old center back with 20 jumping, 15 strength, 17 aggression, and 6'6". That's just ridiculous. That is such a good 17-year-old. Wild. I think we're also going to make an offer on Leo Sawyer. Minimum fee release cost of 27 million. I will just hit his release clause. Will they let me get him for less? Oh, they'll also just take him for 16. He has a release clause of 27. We get him for 16. I will take it. Ooh, Caio Henrique. He's too old, though. But he is a good recommendation. Isaac Smith, Man City. Definitely not good enough for us. Divine Mukasa. Yeah, that seems great to me. I think that's a really good depth chart to have for your center backs. Is get Riyad right now, have him be your starter for sure. Essentially first 11 Riyad. Put Tati behind him since he's 20 years old and will be your starter forever if you need him to be. And then have your 17-year-old as the third option to play. Like, that, you want your 17-year-old playing like every cup game. Let's go. I knew we were talking about you getting Connor Bradley last time, since you had found some crazy deal on him. But having your starter also be willing to be like, yeah, we can share the playing time is huge. How good are you, Divine Mukasa? You're not expensive. I mean, getting another young striker isn't bad for you. Do you still have those two insane young strikers that we were talking about last week? Evidently, they're like in their 20s now, but they're still like 22 at the oldest. doesn't have the concentration, does have the composure. He does have the technique. Pio Esposito is a Kentama 44 here has, you know, an insane rec that I do want to point out is great. In that Pio Esposito was electric for me in past FMs, and I can only imagine is great in this one too. Having only ever played against Pio Esposito. I don't know that it'll fit in your 2028 Foo Fighter that you want a 17-year-old striker, because Pio Esposito is definitely not 17 in 2028. But that is an incredible shout. And I do want to give Tamtama 44 their flowers on that one. Pio Esposito was great for me. Pio Esposito I managed to pick up in one of my long-term saves in FM24. Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't solve your problem, but he's a great player. I think I signed him and what was the other really good Italian player that I got? Oh. I'm going to look at Italian youth players. Because I know for sure that it will be there. Simone Pafundi, that was it. I managed to sign Pio Esposito and Simone Pafundi for, I think, a combined 21 million in FM24. And when I got them, Pio Esposito wasn't even great. And I sent him on loan, I think, to Porto. Because he just needed playing time. And in the first half of the season, Pio Esposito was the leading goal scorer in the Portuguese league, and it wasn't close. And he was now immediately better than all of my starting strikers. And so I recalled him from his loan in January. And then he was the leading scorer for my team for the back half of the season. And then in the summer, I think I sold him back to an Italian club for 90 million. So great pickups. But yeah, I wish you best of luck on trying to find a breakthrough prospect 17-year-old striker. Foo Fighter. I don't know that you get there, but Kentama, once again, killer rec. Big fan of Pio Esposito here. I'm also a huge fan of Simone Pafundi. Simone Pafundi becomes just such a good player. It's ridiculous. Man United thinks they are going to land my striker, but they have not made an offer, so... Yeah, so that seems ridiculous to me, Foo Fighter. An 18-year-old that's 6'2", 16 finishing, 16 off the ball, and 11 plus in all the physicals. Yeah, I think you found a good breakthrough future prospect. Do I want to loan Sawyer back to Feyenoord Rotterdam? Thing is, I kind of want to play him immediately. Because I want to play Sawyer. Hey, man, if I can come through and be that for you, Foo Fighter, I will take that role. I will wear that as a badge of honor. If I could have that same luck for finding my own players, would be great. But, I'm glad that it's working for one of us. Let's put it that way. Okay, Leo Sawyer. He just wants squad player. We will give him squad player. Yeah, that's a weird thing. I've been noticing that too. Is like some players just get weirdly cheap. I mean, I don't know what your attacking midfielders slash wingers slash striker situation looks like, but 1.2 for Ansu Fati isn't bad. Ben Doak, hey man, go for it. He's been absolutely insane for me. I can't fault you on that one. If you need a sterling recommendation for signing Bengan and Doak, I can show you Bengan and Doak 3 years in the past for me. He's one of my best players. He's started 8 games. He has 9 goals. He has horrible finishing. It does not matter. Ben Doak and Adingra on the rings sounds so nice. Adingra is also great. I was actually a really big fan of Adingra playing on the wing for Brighton in the Premier League. He was really good on Brighton. I don't think I want to loan you back to Feyenoord. I think I want you here so you can just play on my team. But yeah, Ben Doak and Adingra on your wings seems pretty legit. Like I don't see how that goes wrong for you. Alexei Vetrakov, Scaly, Pearson. You just have to. You just have to. That is so lowballing people like it's Facebook Marketplace is like an art form, and it's something that me and my friends do all the time. It's just lowball the heck out of people on just random things. Because sometimes you just get screaming deals. Doesn't play a position that we want, so don't actually want him. Manu Bueno. How much would they actually want me to pay them to loan Angelo? Honestly, we could just buy Angelo. But what would they want me to pay him as a loan player? Oh, your wages. Hey man, that sounds like great financial management to me. 0 million to 300 million? Fantastic. Sounds wonderful. I don't hate Angelo though. Would they just take 19.5? No, they want something closer to 38. So, and we get you down to closer to 30. We drop this to 11.5, and we drop this to there. You'll take that? Okay. Liverpool is going to be another important revenge game for us because we got absolutely humiliated by Liverpool last time. You want to loan Angelo back, but you are loan listing him. I don't understand you, Al Nasir. No, I will not loan you back. Sometimes this game just makes no sense. You want how much money? What? You want $9 million a year? No. I will pay you 3. Yeah, okay, Angelo. Glad we had this talk. Goodbye, Angelo. No. I'm not paying you $9 million a year. That's ridiculous. That is truly so much money. Joe Scally coming in. He's essentially going to be our Adam Smith replacement because we wanted someone that can play wingback on both sides, which he can do. And Adam Smith is already leaving at the end of the season. Our first actual signing of the window. Carrizo does not want to sign with us because he just signed his new... He's already been loaned back, though, so... Muhammad Damar, I do really like him. Last time we looked at him, we didn't have enough information, though. We still don't have a ton of information. Charlie Stevens, you want to talk? Charlie Stevens, I think, is one of the few people that we actually wanted to keep around. We'll have some renegotiation on his contract for sure. Muhammad Damar, we still don't have all of the information on you. And you don't look that promising. You don't have basically any of the things we want you to have at the levels we want you to have them. Concentration's not great. Your pace and acceleration aren't good. Your composure is also not great. And your technique is the only good part about you. So, like, of the 5 things that are most important for me in your position, you have none of them except for technique. I think we will pass. Brooks is our best option in that right-handed wool because Sawyer's not here. Batrikov is here. Go. Okay, Alexei Batrikov. Batrikov is here. That's great for us. Bae Jun-ho. Go learn English. And then Scott, welcome him. Bae Jun-ho. So slow. His composure and concentration aren't there. Technique's not there. I think we're good without Bae Jun-ho. Okay. So. We are going to try and beat Liverpool this time. Once again, we played Liverpool at the beginning of the save before I knew how FN26 tactics worked, and we got absolutely dominated. So we are hoping to win at home at the Vitality. The plan, at least. Do you have any more options? We have 73 responses now. Lorubia is now the best recommended here. 14, 13. Don't hate. Anticipation could be good. Crossing 13, 14, we don't hate. He definitely cannot jump. Technique's good. Composure is good. I don't hate David Larubia. We've already signed right wingers. Rizzo we can't sign because he just signed. It's always funny to me when I keep getting recommended Matias Arezzo because, like, trust me, I played in the days where Matias Arezzo was fantastic in FM, and now he's just, like, generally fine. Depends on how much playing time you think you're actually going to be able to give him. Is my honest answer, Foo Fighter. Because your Japanese 18-year-old is probably good enough to get some time at your team, but if you don't think you can get him probably 15 to 20 matches across your 2 matches a week this season, then I would loan him back to Japan. The thing about the Japanese league, since I assume that you're signing him from the Japanese league, is that the Japanese league is January to January. So if you loan him back, assuming you're buying him in the summer window, he'll get him back in January. So you're only going to be loaning him for the first half of the season. So it's up to you, but like that's just a really good thing to remember is that if you loan him back to a Japanese club, you will get him back in January. Yeah, it's not against easy teams, but it's still... Oh, thanks, Shonda's FM. Thanks for the raid, too. That's huge. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, Champions League is definitely not going to be easy competition, but it's still just like how much... The most important thing in development is always playing time. And it kind of has been across every version of FM. So the real answer is how much playing time can you get him? How much more playing time will he get if he's back in Japan? And the answer is he will definitely get more playing time there. So then you just have to make the judgment call on if that's worth it to you. Okay, so Adley. Well, I mean, if Ben Doak continued on this trajectory he's on for me, which is being my best player, and then someone asked me for money for him in 2028, I also probably would only accept over $100 million. So I'm not surprised by this, Foo Fighter, but I am 100% finding it hilarious. Because I agree, that's probably more than they should be asking for him, but still hilarious to me. Richardson we want to have around. Nagalo we want to have around. Christie. Adley for Scott. Honestly, no. Scott in. Adley for Brooks. And then Brooks for Batrakov. I want to see Batrakov in action. Oh, no, not Brooks for Batrakov. Batrakov for Christie. Let's get Brooks back. Or no, we have Tavernier on the bench. Tavernier can play right wing. There we go. Yeah, no, like Keen Lewis Potter is another really great one. So I had an insane window at one point in my FM24 days where I got Keen Lewis Potter and Christopher Ayer from a relegated Brentford for I think a combined 70 something million. And then they both played for me for like 8 years or longer. Keen Lewis Potter, when I sold him, was like 31 and had like 22 goal involvements on the season. And I sold him for like $80 million as a 31-year-old. Like Keen Lewis Potter is not even a slush. Like that's, yeah, if you can get Keen Lewis Potter, I think that's still a good option. And they definitely want way less than 116 million for Keen Lewis Potter. And as Ben Doak's #1 fan, this is the Ben Doak cheering squad here. I don't think that Ben Doak is worth 116. Yeah, Keen Lewis Potter for 27 was great, and you can sell him for 65, and that's great. Keen Lewis Potter is good enough. Keen Lewis Potter has won me Champions Leagues. Like, he'll be fine. Oh, come on, ref! Frimpong just totally took him down in the box. Oh, Alex Scott in on... Oh, brilliant save by Allison, I agree. But that's what we want to see, boys. We want to see you attacking Liverpool, not... Especially here at home. This is the vitality. We can't get absolutely blown out by Liverpool here like we did last time we played Liverpool. That seems ridiculous, Foo Fighter. You have a chance to increase your already astronomical transfer budget? Where can it go from here? You already have $300 million. Where could you possibly be spending, like... How do you have more money? You're Sunderland. Yeah, of course. Just, like, buy literally everyone. Ooh, okay. Good thing that Florian Wirtz could not finish that. That was a little tight there. Ikatike has to be offsides. Okay. Evan Nielsen won it. There we go. Scott. Oh, that was the right idea, but the wrong execution. Yeah, I think I don't know how they respond to that. You've already spent 200 million and you have 300 million left. That's truly just like biblical amounts of greed. Oh, wow. Evan Nielsen, you are already offsides, but also, what in the world? That was like the worst shot I've ever seen. That was Chris Wondolowski in the 2012 World Cup. right in front of goal, somehow put it over. Okay, so like you have your million, you came by it honest, your millions and millions, by selling $336 million in transfers. That's a really good return on investment for Adam Wharton for sure. 112 million after a season. Yeah, I'd take that money every day of the week and 6 times on Sunday. Like, that's just such a great return on investment. Okay, so we're not losing at halftime, which is truly all I can ask. I do remember that. I do remember that, Foo Fighter. Like, the money moves that you're making are ridiculous. Okay, how bad of an injury? Okay, so Adley, you've done your best. Tavernier. Okay, I don't like that it's a Liverpool highlight. And even less that Ryan Gravenberch scored that. But hopefully we get this offsides call, Ref. Yes! We're still in this. We're still alive. I don't like Hugo Ekitike on the breakaway here. Oh, Jeremy... Okay, there we go. Good save. Good save. But that was scary. Evan Nielsen won it. Tavernier plays in Scott. Oh, that was cheeky. That would have been so insane if that had got in. Okay. Come on, Kluivert. Better quality of pass than that. Let's go. But Scott getting rejected by the crossbar there was ridiculous. Okay, let's make some changes. Kluivert. Don't really have anyone for you. Jimenez for Truffert. Book for Richardson. We could do this. Tavernier over for Kluivert. Scott out wide. And then Batrikov gets his debut. Let's try that. That seems correct. I would say when you have so much money, just make the Stadium of Light better. That's probably overall a better use of your money anyways. Evan Nielsen with the great pressure. Tavernier now with the overlap. Oh, Adrien Truffert! Absolutely insane. 37 million for a 54,000 seater stadium seems like a great deal. And you can certainly afford it. You have infinite money, Foo Fighter. Infinite money. Oh, let's go Adrien Truffert. Immediately making a difference off the bench. Evan Nielsen. Take off for Unal at this point. Oh no, Hugo get to get. Oh, there you go. He misses wide. He goes over the top. Okay, let's slow things down, shall we? Try and hold on to this lead. Kill some time. Set pieces. We already have play for set pieces on. Perfect. We did it. We beat Liverpool at home. Let's go. Massive, massive win, boys. Special. No one gave us a chance. Adrian Truffert somehow winning all the plaudits. He scored the winner here. He scored the equalizer against Chelsea. Oh, well, great. We already wanted Alex Jimenez to be here forever, so the fact that we just have to play him one more game, we're in. Adley is out for 3 weeks. We beat Milos Kerkez. Batrikov didn't do anything, but he wasn't bad. Guarassi. Newcastle signed Guarassi from Dortmund, apparently. Which just the thing is, like, that's something that I would actually believe as being true. Is since like it's no, I mean, we already had them sign Voltamada, but like they're gonna probably want to get someone else also up front at Newcastle in January. And there's a lot of good candidates to the point that Guarassi is not one that I would be surprised by if we hear in January that they're making offers for Guarassi. Hamid Traore is out for 3 to 5 months because he has broken his hip. Deadline's in a week. Scott is developing still. We love that. Okay, we've got 1 million scouting updates. Kusanov, I recommend as a good signing, but also we aren't going to spend that much money. Nicholas Vermbrand, one that we were interested in getting more information on. He's just so fast. He's so fast. He's just not good at anything else. So fast. Mika Götz, once again, we're never going to afford. Rundi Baji. Ine Iguliz. No. Yeah, he does have good anticipation, though. But no, I don't think we want Igualiz. Chuana. Fast, we like. Crossing and dribbling, we like. Anticipation, we're not huge on. Jumping reach, it's not great. Technique is good. Composure is fine. We don't hate this. Tom Fellows. Yarmouk, of course, would be great. Why are we scouting Yarmouk, though? Bashir Humphreys, probably no. Adam Smith was selected in the team of the week. Okay, so transfers activity. We only have Leo Sawyer still coming in on 16 million. My wage budget right now is I have 3.29 million a year available. So like I have enough. To be fair, the deal that we have coming in is for Sawyer, and we are going to be paying him that 3.6. So like just getting him in is going to put us over our wage budget, but we can reallocate out of the transfer budget into our wage budget, no issue. So our wage budget is big. In total, I think our wage budget is $120 million a year. You have 12.8 million per year available right now? You have that much to spend. Okay. That's what I thought. Since like I have 3 million to spend, but my total budget is 120 million per year. Yeah, 144 million per year sounds a lot more realistic for the size of the club that you keep talking about that you are already with Sunderland. Like that makes way more sense to me. So Adams is not happy. I don't have the money to bring him in. Alexandro Ribeiro? Pretty good center back. Good heading, good leadership, good aggression. Fine pace, good acceleration. Fine work rate. Good anticipation. Again, we don't have Alessandro Ribeiro money. Evan Mooney? Essentially good. Benito. Fast. Good crossing and dribbling. Bad composure and concentration. And not good enough technique. Okay, so we want to get this Sawyer in, and hopefully that makes Adams happy. If not, we will have to get... Oh, there he's at. Okay. Hopefully this is a big enough signing for him that he's happy. If he's not, then we'll have to look at signing someone that's going to be our new person or just talking to Adams. And then Scott, welcome him, please. Mir Richardson out for a couple days. Okay. Manu Bueno, they really want me to know that he's going on loan. Okay. Where do we check promises? Dynamics? Promises. I've been trying to only sign wingers, Tyler Adams. It's literally like the only position I've tried to make any signings on. There's nothing I do please you. Ramon. We weren't big fans of Ramon, correctly. Okay, we finally have the final no-go on Mamoru Najai. They finally scouted him. So this is what my Mamoru Najai looks like right now for you, Foo Fighter. So we can finally give him his actual look over, and we might actually sign him. Okay, so for our goalkeeper, we're looking at four things largely, and that is agility, reflex. Oh, only three things. Agility, reflexes, and aerial reach, which we have for agility, a 16. Already incredible. Aerial reach, 15. Reflexes, 15. Yeah, Mamoru Najai, great. Get him somewhere less than 5 million. They want closer to 10 for him. Don't want to do that. $5.5 for Mamoru Najai. 12 clean sheets and 28 appearances is pretty great. I am fine with you having him until the end of the season. Because I also don't see him starting over Jordi Petrovic anytime soon. Unless we get an insane offer in for Jordi, and then he wouldn't be starting over him. We just would have sold Jordi. This does make you 2 for 2 on just absolutely amazing recommendations. I think you might be my, honestly, chief scout of the chat for sure. Everything you find, I'm like, yeah, this is great. You definitely bring me better reports than any of the people on my scouting team here. Okay, so we are going to second 11. Ganondorf is out because we know that. Adley is also out. Okay, Nagalo going to be playing. Richardson also out because he's injured. So, Brooks, go out right. Milicievich, come in here. I actually would rather play Krupi up front than Unal. Petrakov, I want you playing there. Dennis, you can beat Jordi Petrovic though, because once again, we don't need to play you. Need a DM. Who do we want to play DM? Guess we'll just play Cook. Okay. And then... there we go. This should be a good enough team to beat Wolves. Oh, Sour's back. Perfect. That means we can play Sour this match. Go do something great today, guys. Let's go. Keep the winning streak alive. Okay, so don't like that we get a highlight to immediately kick it back to them, but I do like that Krupi is in behind. Let's go Krupi. Do something productive with it. Nah, Freeman's fine. That's a good one. Oh, Truffert, is he going to keep scoring? Nope, he didn't score this time. But only because of an amazing save. Krupi did actually very well that time. Truffert is really feeling himself. He scored twice today, and now he's just taking on shots that he should never try and take. Okay. We also don't need to be balanced. We should be attacking these people. Like, Wolves should not be outperforming us in the match stats. The fact that we haven't had a highlight in almost 30 minutes is not great against Wolves. Okay, we really need the team to step it up. Okay, that fired everyone up. That's good. Okay. Let's see something else in this second half. Okay, we're building up. There's Batrikov. Batrikov's going to find Freeman on the overlap. Freeman's going to put it in. Oh, Batrikov? Batrikov with a goal in his second game for the club? Let's go. Justifying his $17.5 million already. Batrikov got it to Freeman. Freeman put it in. Avenir lays it back to Truffert. Truffert takes the shot. Batrikov in behind. Buries it. That was definitely Truffert really feeling himself, though, and trying to shoot again. And just really lucky that Batrikov was there to finish it, because he was not going to make that shot. Totti. Let's go Nagalo. Rupi won that somehow? Batrikov with the ball? Batrikov, oh, beat his man? Ooh, couldn't beat Sam Johnstone, though. I'm liking Batrikov. Batrikov is playing well today. Batrikov looks like he's a good signing. Okay, start making some changes. Milosievich definitely going to need to come off for Senesi. Tavernier could probably come off for Kluivert. Brooks for Sauer. Rufair for Smith. And then last sub here. Let's do Unal for Krupi. And then, like, could we have probably gotten a better result than a 1-0 victory at Wolves? Probably. Should we have? Definitely. But, like, we'll take it. This is a good opportunity here, though. Soar on the right-hand side. His debut for the club. Batrikov, who's been outstanding tonight. Unal. Found Kluivert cutting in. Kluivert. Oh. Good shot. Good save. Okay, Senesi with a long throw and a chance to do something here. Don't like that we're getting a highlight of a Wolves counter. Kwang Hee-chan hopefully is offsides. Wasn't. That was a good save from Jordy. That was a very scary counter. Okay, Jordy. What are we going to do with the ball now here? Didn't win the ball, but we did get the second ball, which is what we want. Unal found Batrikov. Batrikov found Ryan Christie crashing through the middle. Ooh, good shot from distance, but just wide. Okay, we're going to go into classic time-wasting mode. Don't like that we're getting another Wolves highlight in the 92nd minute. Don't like John Arias in space. Crashing the box. Oh, I like the block there. Okay, highlight ending with just that big block I'm fine with. And this should be the game. That's the game. Yes! Batrikov getting a goal. Milosievich. You did well. You came back from injury. You didn't make any mistakes. Okay. Rennes get 800,000 from us getting through fair. Totally fine. Soar makes his debut. Next match is our second leg of the cup against Chelsea. You want us to go for Nemdi Collins? We don't have Nemdi Collins money. Well, we do, but we're trying to hold on to our money to see if we have to sign just a really huge right winger. Yes. See, this is why it's better to have you as my chief scout, Foo Fighter, than my actual chief scout, because my chief scout brings me recommendations like this. We think you should sign Miles Lewis Skelly for $173 million. We all know I don't have $173 million to sign Miles Lewis Skelly. So what I need currently is I have Tyler Adams, who's going to be mad at me if I don't sign a suitable replacement on the right wing for Antoine Semenyo. But I've signed what I think is a suitable replacement of like what I would like to sign in Sawyer, but Dalby, I'll look at him. Basically, we've got like 50 million left, and it's like, let's try and spend one big purchase, get in someone to make Tyler Adams happy, because I don't really want the dressing room issue that's going to be Tyler Adams. Montessor or Chemsdean? Chemsdean Talby? I don't hate Talby. Talby seems pretty good. Anticipation and composure. With only 2 weak parts of it. I don't hate that. Yeah, Chemsy Talby. It's basically, we've got, now that all of our deals are through, we're just trying to deal with this issue here, that Tyler Adams is unhappy that we sold Antoine Semenyo. And he wants us to sign someone to replace Antoine Semenyo. And to do so, we've got 50-ish million. Probably closer to 40, because I want to have the room in the budget to readjust the wages afterwards so that we aren't over the wage budget. So I'm looking for a player that I can only spend like 40. Yeah, that's a good idea. I forget that that's a thing that I can do, is talk to my players. Where are you at, Tyler Adams? There you are. Tyler Adams. Recommended signing. Can't think of anybody. What if... No, that's it from him. Cool, you can't think of anybody. Well, I probably should have asked for a star player, but I don't have star player kind of money. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. We've got right midfielders selected. Sort them by transfer value. Okay, so here's where we start our 40s. We've got Abdul Fatawu which I wouldn't be against signing, but that's going to be probably the upper end. Wilfred Nanto is a 42, 62. Ernest Poku out of Bayer Leverkusen. Annan Kalali of Union Saint-Gilloise. What would a Fatawu look like if we tried to sign an Abdul Fatawu? You signed Tati? Nice. That seems like a probably very good idea. So is your rotation now going to be Chiari Riyad, Tati, and Jackson then? These are your three center backs that you're trying to rotate through? Gee, they want more money than I'm willing to give them. Okay, so we cannot get an Abdul Fatawu. Yeah, Tati Riyad Jackson. I think it's not bad. I think it's a good, from at least the stats that you've told me about, I think that's a great place to end up for sure. Jaden Philogene, maybe? Fatawu is a top winger. That's like Mukiele, Ballard, and Benjamin Arthur. Okay. Not against that. Yeah, Fatawu is a top winger. Like, as a Leicester City fan, it's one of the few shining lights that we have in our team right now is that we have Fatawu at all on our team. Like, that's kind of the only thing we've got going for us. He's a top winger. Aiden Philogene might be who we end up getting instead of Fatawu, though, just because we definitely don't have Fatawu money, but we do probably have Philogene money. He also solves our sneaky, we have no one that can take long shots problem, and this dude's got 15 long shots. Well, young is not bad. As long as you have some people that are above your age groups. I don't know if they have it in this version anymore or where I would even look for it. Might even be still in Squad Planner. No. But they used to have a way where you could see... Yeah, that might not be ideal. But they used to be able to see your breakdowns and all that stuff. But like, you want to have the majority of your team in that like 21 to 25, and then some people in that 25 to 29, and one or two people in that 29 to 30 plus. But I also end up at most times in the same place you are right now. I'm just like, no, but my team, everyone is like less than 25 years old, and they're all world beaters, and I don't see an issue with this. Okay, so let's bring you down to 5 on this. And we get you to just sell him to us for a flat 40. Yes. Okay. Jaden Philogene, hopefully these two signings will be enough for us to appease Tyler Adams. I will not guarantee you that, because we don't play wide forwards. Yeah, but that's the thing, is if you already have players that are young, it might not be buying young players, it might be buying older players. So that was when I started getting to the positions that you are, of just like, I have too much money and I'm looking to sign players. At that point, I looked for, in the model of players that are like, hey, who do I need to sign to win right now? And also looking at just like overall squad depth of like, do I have a second 11 that I would be willing to play that is as good as my starting 11? Oh no, Junior Kloppy has become injured. Luckily, it's for like 3 days. They love me. They do have criticisms, though. The board doesn't like about our Leo Sawyer deal or our Joe Scally deal, and that we lost to Arsenal, which, like, I don't know what to do about that. Supporters don't like that Amin Adli is bad, or David Brooks is bad, or that we sold Antoine Semenyo. Which, you know, fine. I get it. I don't think an older CB is bad. I think an older CB would probably be helpful. You want an older player, like, ideally, you want, like, an older CB, or not for you, because the goalkeeper you have is insane. Just so good. But getting an older goalkeeper is also not generally a bad idea, because your goalkeeper will always be playing. But you also have a really, really good goalkeeper, so you don't necessarily need to get another older goalkeeper. There's also nothing wrong with just being comfortable with the fact that you are, ooh, we can request a stadium expansion. How big is the Vitality? The Vitality is only 11,700 people. The thing is, we have negative $5 million. So I am not going to request a stadium expansion. Because that seems like a bad way to spend our money. I don't hate an older center back. 12K stadium is crazy. The thing is like, I did know that the Vitality was really, really small. Because you can see it if you watch the games or anything in like if you look at aerial views of like the stadium is so small. The more like ridiculous part of the conversation that we're having here is how big the Stadium of Light is, honestly. Because the Stadium of Light was massive because they built it before they got relegated. And so they built it thinking like, we're going to never leave the Premier League, and then they got relegated, so they had like one of the biggest stadiums in the world in League One. Whereas the Vitality that we have here in Bournemouth is a stadium that was built for when Bournemouth was in League One in the Championship for forever, and now they're in the Premier League year in, year out. which is great. But it's also like, yeah, we have a stadium from before we were in the Premier League, which, like, if we get to European competitions, we will need a bigger stadium. But also, we'll have European money. And European money can afford European stadiums, and we don't have it yet. There's our Njai. Got his work permit. He's in. Okay, so we can't get Philogene because they can't find a replacement. I think Borno is the other center back that I was trying to think of when you were asking me about center backs. Philogene deal falls through. Okay. There's someone crazy we could bring in on loan in the last couple hours before the deal is over. Their database. Loan only. Who is the best loan player we could potentially bring in? Maybe Ernest Boku loan offer? Will that make you happy if I get Ernest Boku in on loan? In the hour and a half before the deadline closes? Okay. Couldn't get it there. Okay, well, that's our transfer deadline then. We sold Antoine Semenyo. Somehow, City spent 160 million in this January window. They signed Kenneth Taylor from Ajax. And they signed Antoine Semenyo from us. We go to club. Look at this. Let's do our transfer and wage budget adjustment. We're not breaking those. And it also brings us up pretty close to the end. We got 10 more minutes. We're already basically here. Let's play this Chelsea game. We can go long. We do a quick look at the transfers in our transfer activity this window, or transfer history. We did make some big business though. We brought in Joe Scally, Patrikov, Leo Sawyer, Kimoto Nono, and Mamorna Jai. And we sold Kobimoto, James Hill, Antoine Semenyo, and Noah Boutin. So we're still hitting the idea of what we want to do. We're selling more than we are buying. I do like the players that we got in. Batrikov has already scored for us, which is huge. Sawyer provides depth on our right wing. Najai is going to be the goalkeeper of the future. Good transfers. Good business. Good business. I'm happy with that. Let's go see if we can win a cup semifinal against Chelsea finally. The board expects us to lose. The fans expect us to win. And then ultimately we have to have a conversation with Tyler Adams at some point, but Muhammad Ali Cho. This is another person that I thought about bringing in, which honestly we might still just want to do at some point. He's just still injured at Nice. Okay. Dennis, we're for sure not playing you. Playing Jordy. I think we're playing Scott and Brooks. Let's actually just do this real quick. We will do pick best 11. Soler comes out for Fair. Really want Jimenez to be replaced by Smith. And then Soler, replace you with Richardson. Why not? And then get rid of all these. We are just going to reset our starting 11 and our second 11 real quick. So let's quick pick without restriction. Unpicked positions only. And then save team selection. This is going to be first 11. Thanks, Foo Fighter. We're going to need it. And then now we do Will Dennis, Diakite, Nagalo, Senesi with Milojevic, Smith with Freeman, Adams with Christie, Cook, Richardson, Fair with Jimenez, Brooks with honestly Adley probably. Got with Bastrikov, Clivert with Tavernier, Evan Nielsen with... Really? It wants me to play literally any of these people up front ahead of playing... where's Kluthi? He's injured currently. Poofy, and save this as our second 11. Okay. Except for somehow we got Clivert on our right wing, and we don't want Clivert on the right wing. We want Hadley. Okay. Yes. So let's go to first 11. And let's go. Kimito Nono, you get to be number 24. I think that's a common occurrence, Foo Fighter, is that it's just like, oh, I don't think I want this person anymore, and then they have the season of the season or the game of their lives. That was my Pio Esposito idea. Is like that was on my long-term save that I did with Palace, and when I signed Pio Esposito, I signed him for like 7 million, and I was playing Jean-Philippe Mateta because Mateta was just, he wasn't the best player in the world, but he was scoring for fun. Like he was just. You have Shane Clivert. Nice. But it was then you send off your youth players to try and get experience somewhere in the world. And then all of a sudden they pop off and you're like, oh, well, I had already loaned him out to Porto with a buy-on clause, but if he's going to be, the best striker in Portugal, I guess I'll just have to bring him back. Truffert, do something productive with this ball, please, and thank you. I'll take that. Almost a goal. Okay. We already are tied on aggregate, so we really just need any goal to go in for us. Please. We're dominating so far. Oh, this is not great, though. I don't like a corner. We've been burned too many times on these corners. Oh, jeez. I had immediate flashbacks to the Buenanote goal from earlier tonight, where he just drilled it from right there, and it was unstoppable. Oh, a Marco Senesi long throw. Let's go. Diakite back to Senesi. Oh, Diakite driving into the box. David Brooks. There it is. There it is. There it is, chat. We got there. David Brooks with a goal. We have the lead at home at the Vitality Stadium against Chelsea in the Cup. We hold on to this lead. We go to a cup final in the first season. Wow. What in the world was Jorgensen doing? Just like that should have been his. But crazy assist from our starting center back, Bufadi Diakite. Exactly. That's the whole plan. It's just like, let's get one more, let's get a safety net, and then we just only defend. Okay, we're carrying a lead into halftime, so we'll take it. Come on, boys. Let's go, Cherries. I don't like Delap getting in like that. Oh, massive save by Petrovic. That about gave me a heart attack. Jeez. Okay. 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 What are we doing with that, Jordy? Brooks isn't going to win that, but we get to the second ball. Tyler Adams. Do something with it. Oh, Brooks. Oh, okay. That should have been a goal. That should have been our second goal so we could park the bus. Okay, just kick it straight to Philip Jorgensen here. I don't like this highlight still going. Oh, I like that Tyler Adams won the ball back. Okay, Diakite, work some magic. You already have our assist today. Nice 1-2 with Smith. Smith found Brooks again. Brooks, oh, there it is. That's the second goal. That's the second goal. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Okay. Absolutely beautiful 1-2. Smith in behind. Brooks just absolutely cooks Jarell Hato. Evan Nilsson was there for the putback if they needed it. Love that. That was beautiful. Let's go, Brooks. Okay. We're going to start lowering our tempo. Wasting some time early. Make some changes. Clivert can come off for Tavernier. Brooks has scored 2 goals, so I kind of want to keep him on. Cook for Christie. Rufel for Jimenez. Brooks can't do it anymore, so Soar. Bring on Nono for Smith. Okay, don't like that we have another Chelsea highlight. Brooks got a standing ovation, which he deserves. Scored a brace in this Cup semifinal. New Benoit Gittins. Okay, so don't like that. Don't like that at all. Jimenez, why did you do literally nothing? You did nothing. You just let him do whatever he wanted. You're a better defender than that, Jimenez. Okay, we're holding on for a minute and a half. 1 minute. We did it. Jamie Gittins is very good. I'm not gonna discredit him for his goal or the work he did there. Jamie Gittins is very good. But also, We did so well for so long at defending. And we made it to the final. That's huge. We made it. We got there. Recruitment network budget increase is pretty good. I'm thinking very seriously about increasing my, asking to increase my youth coaching quality and budget. Because it's like the only part of this that I'm not great at as a club. Thanks, Foo Fighter. That means a lot. It means a lot. We're in. The unfortunate thing is now we have to play in the final. And the final is going to be against either... I don't think that it has been decided yet, but it's against either Man City or Arsenal, which is just gonna... It's just going from out of the frying pan into the fire, honestly. Like, I don't know that we win the Carabao Cup this year, but it would be nice. Cool. Well, this has been a good stream, I think. This has been pretty great. We got some good signings in. We finished out our signing window. The next big thing that I have on my horizon of things we're looking for is that we've got 47 days until we get our youth intake, and that'll be pretty interesting. I've been genuinely impressed with the youth intakes so far. And then hopefully we just keep our form going. This has been fun. Thanks for staying in. Thanks again, Foo Fighter, for being just an excellent chief scout. Couldn't do this without you. But that's, I think, going to be it for me tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I will catch you all next week for the next Football Fridays. And then if you want to stop in, once again, we stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Next week, there will be no stream on Wednesday for Christmas Eve. It's been a great time. I will see you later, Foo Fighter. Best of luck. You might get this. I have been thinking about it. FM's fun. FM's also the one that I get the most turnout for. And for a while, it was the only thing I streamed was FM. And I like streaming other things. But we might see. All I will tell you this, Foo Fighter, is that I am seriously considering it. And I will have hopefully made a decision by the new year. Because this is a lot of fun, and I have a lot of fun, and I'd like to make faster progress on it. But if you watch the spaces, you watch the socials, you'll make sure to know. But thanks for hanging out. It's been a blast.